Yes, it is a bit of a big, momentous day for me, in a way, as I get back to the usual. Gotta adjust that. Back to the usual story grind, I suppose you could say. Yep, 3 days of playtime remaining. And now, the moment that will surely shock nobody. Ta-da! It is me! Or at least an early start of me. It's definitely not where I want to end up, or at least how I want to keep going for too long. But it'll work as a start, I suppose. Everybody's got to start somewhere. I just wish I could do things with my hands. Unfortunately, that requires another bit of tech I don't quite have yet. Which is a shame. I kind of thought the webcam would have been enough for it, but apparently just an entire other sensor thing is needed. Which seems weird to me. But anyway, yeah, this was some of the armor that I looked at on the last stream, I believe. I've got every part of it except for the headpiece. Honestly, while I liked the chunky look that the armor I was given had, I do like this a lot more. It's like still thin, still slender, but it's got still got those nice bits of heavy armor to it. And a very pretty skirt too. Also, a couple of bits of like what look like tech lines, and I'm a huge sucker for those on people. Well, on armor, really. Anyway, we have a mystery at Costa del Sol, if I remember correctly, that I gotta fix. Because, oh boy, is the inner rim content just not stimulating in the slightest. My microphone is not exactly in the greatest place. Alright, here we are. The Business of Betrothal with Juju Remu. What nonsense will the man of Manderville come up with? I'm sure it will be awful. You're not one of my associates! This banquet is for invited guests only! If you have no business here, be on your way at once! Beg pardon, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. If I might just have a moment of... Ah, yes, the two-gill sensational rag. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled phantom thief in his letter of challenge. If you have come to tell me my daughter is in danger, I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from... me by some fly-by-night rogue. How about a rogue that flies by day? I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that money could buy. Where have I heard that phrase before? Spared no expense. And guess where that led? You hired what look like gangsters? Yo, fellas, I think you're wearing the wrong uniform. I think you're supposed to be one of the Jets. The blast blades of the Gerbera. Gerbera Tetra. Pretty cool mobile suit. An elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at askance. Oh, that's so stupid. That is so stupid. The moment they set eyes on the would-be thief will be his last. Your mustache is stupid. if the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or do those goggles simply serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous? Hey, it's the one smart guy. Consulting Inspector Briardian, your reputation precedes you. And what, pray tell, would you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To renege on my word would have dire implications for the family trade. And in case Twitch is watching, that is how you pronounce it, and not what you think it is. Idiots. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious gil. Very well, let us see if your reputation is deserved. But consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. When you're a jet, you're a jet. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he can muster the same for his daughter. But do tell, Inspector, after he slipped under our noses the last time, what makes you so confident that you can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi, and it is painfully obvious. A letter of challenge, a precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad light of day. You know, he's got a point there. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker, with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Oh, I get it. Then that means we just have to arrest a man named Luke Atme. Even now, the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to Miss Arabella at the feast. I have already narrowed the field. Arabella's betrothed, Vans, would be an obvious target for our thief. So too would be his father, Morgant. Yalto Notel and his wife, Sainana, the guests of honor, will give a toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. Oh, hey, look! It's the loser. Already here. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Guguremu himself. Finally, we have Leuenhardt, a steward of Guguremu's estate and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All the key players, save for the Lapis Maiden herself, have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. We will begin our questioning of the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you are to report back to me at once. Yeah, I know, I noticed him too. What a wham! Hildebrand Mandeville! I could smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from a malm away. The pleasure is all mine, contriving Inspector. Briardian, forgive me for not revealing I shall sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary undercover investigative work. Yet to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. I dare say your powers of observation rival even my own. Fear not, friends. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor, as only a Mandeville man can. Oh, I just noticed he beat him in the head with a fish. Wow. That man knows how to wield a fish. They find it amusing. He does that while she basically goes, "Nya nya." He does realize there's still a fish on his head, doesn't he? No. No, he does not. Good, Inspector. I realize we have not seen eye to monocle in the past. Neither of you wear monocles. But a fair maiden's virtue, mayhaps her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let us put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Other way around there, stupid. Me assist you? Aren't you a funny man? Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless that not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so by keeping watch over the suspects. This guy's gonna need to hit the drink. He's just got himself a big headache. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this may be asking much, do try not to do anything too stupid in my absence, will you? It's like he's got to take care of Cosmo. Must resist urge to do something stupid. Not resisting well. I would speak with you, but not here. I will be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, for we do not have the luxury of time. What, you need me to cut something? Or someone, more likely? Man, this is actually like the worst armor I could possibly wear for for a beach. Like, look at all this black. I'm gonna be soaking up the rays and the heat like nothing before. Or maybe that's how this armor colors itself. It's solar-powered armor! That's it! You've come. Excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get to more important matters. But before we proceed, what might I call you? Yuhime. An unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Are you kidding? It's stupid cringe. Now answer me this. You were there when the Phantom Thief, in the guise of Lady Durilda, stole off with the Treaty Blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? No. Even the daughter was fooled. Identical appearance, perfect mannerisms. Both, really. Intriguing. Where most would point out the sheer physical perfection of the disguise, you turn an eye within. Ah, thank you. A thorough inspection of the mask left behind at the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is this stone that allows him to change appearances at will. Are you saying it's a glamour? And yet, like you, this was of secondary concern to me. If you think I'm too small, feel free to say so. I make myself bigger. From movements to mannerisms to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Durilda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely, that not even their closest friends or family could detect that aught is amiss. Again, as I said, even the daughter was fooled. All the key players arrived at Costa del Sol 3 days ago when preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. Well, when did we get the card? Because, you know, there's not exactly a sense of time in these, despite the day-night cycle. And yet some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of our Phantom. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? Someone of equal build, height and build, maybe? Let's see here. As far as one of the guests are concerned, we know there's a Lala couple. The brass blades are almost entirely human at the moment. Hold on a moment. Costa del Sol. Isn't this the Maelstrom territory? Why would Brass Blade people be here? Let's go try that. Precisely. Clearly you are far less useless than the bumbling inspector whose company you keep. Hey, at the very least I'm able to fight, you know. Even if my brains fail me, my sword arm doesn't. Strong in number, few of words. It's able to come and go as they please. A fearsome reputation to scare away any who would draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for the past 3 days. Our thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here, where he will be murdered by some animal. Or a roving bandit. Take your pick. Actually, you know, 3 days, he's probably dead from dehydration. In addition to general security duties, each of the blades has been assigned to serve as bodyguard for one or more of the guests. If the man can tell us his assigned charge, like as not, his answer will reveal the current identity of our thief. You lost me. You lost me. My brain was elsewhere, and you lost me. Our thief would not have had the time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. As you say, Sheila! Really, this flying music does remind me a bit of, like some Dragon Quest, Overland music. And land. Good girl. Well, what do you know? And thank goodness he's away from the giant crabs. I found him first. It's my credit. Excellent. You are one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Thanks. Thank the gods! Please free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive! There. Now tell me all that you can remember about what happened to you, and try to be brief. We just arrived in Costa del Sol. Had a briefing of sorts. Master Guguremu gave us each our orders, who we'd be looking after and the like. Had a mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I know, I felt a thwack on the back of my head. When I came to, here I was, stripped to my skivvies. Much to the chagrin of those of us who would have to look at you. Oh, come on. He's pretty fit. And I bet his tan's even stronger now that he's been left here with no protection from the sun or anything. You say you received orders from Master Guguremu, who was to be your charge. My memory's hazy, but one was Morgan, father of the groom. The other was a Lalafell gent from Limsa. Yalto Nolto. Now try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, yes. There was also the steward, Lewin Hart. I was to review with him the schedule of events, discuss the protection of key supplies, that sort of thing. Well, that's not narrowing down our search at all. Morgans, Yalto, Nolto, and Lunehart. Thank you. For an incompetent fool, your testimony has proved astonishingly enlightening. I love that word. Testimony. I shall see this man's back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol to continue the investigation. Go on ahead of me, and for the love of the gods, just make sure that imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. You know, odds are pretty high that he's already done something while both of us were here. Back to the soon-to-be party! Gonna shoot the gap. Yeah! Whoosh! If there's any NPCs there, they'd probably be surprised at seeing that. Ah, there you are, friend, and not a moment too soon. You know, if I could do a better Jim Ward, Captain Quark, I probably would do this for this guy. And not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did your and... No, that's not how that's wording is supposed to work. Morgans Yalto Nolto. Stuart Leuenhardt, you say? I am not tired. This does not surprise me. Yes, I consider them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. You're doing it wrong. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildebrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the inspector returns. Fear not, friend. The inspector shall be none the wiser. Ha ha! If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal you for the rogue that you are. Oh dear, he's going to be quite literal about this, isn't he? Stand back, friend! The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind! The mere slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives in danger! I'm the one with the sword and shield here, bud. You got nothing on you. But have no fear, Miss Ellie, ready your quill, that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past, to reveal our foe! No, it's called interrogation. And I'm willing to bet she's not that great at dictation either. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, Ellie. I was thinking of the Mikote. I could think of a few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, would you? Don't worry, oh wait, there it is. Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Yeah, I think it's just her. Capital! This is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now behold, as I ensnare our prey with a web of words leading to his inevitable demise. Oh, please. Good morning, Master Guguremu, and a fine morning it must be, for you most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella. What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter, you... Just who in the seven hells are you anyway? Guards! Guards! Now hold your chocobos, Guguremu. I recognize the lad. This is Hildebrand, agent of inquiry and inspector extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have you? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude. Aye, Vans? The phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. That said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty indeed to have such rumors told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of me after all. Ha ha! Ooh, this marriage is not going to happen. I can tell already. Just from this guy here. Worthy of you? The best you could hope is one of those giant crabs on the beach. And maybe they'd make the vasectomy quick. He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effete, fashion-challenged youth. Most suspicious! You don't exactly have room to say so. Maybe if you actually let your sleeves down and didn't wear your pants so tight. And short. And also, your bow tie is askew. He's a damn sight easier on the eyes than you. That's me Vans, ever calm in the face of danger. Truly his father's son. I don't know. You sound like you're a lot more amiable and amicable than he is. A lot less stuck up, too. A worthy heir to the Brigade Consortium and a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or family, I should say. Is it even possible for there to be crossbreeding? Because I'm sort of suspecting the answer is no.
Which reminds me, Master Vans, Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you for the golden clasp you sent some months ago. It has not left her neck since the day.
Oh, that little trinket? 'Twas nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the realm will be hers once we are wed. Ha ha! What's going on down here? Oh boy, dropped frames. How wonderful. Anyway.
A time-honored Mandeville art of parley? We'd be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgant not spoken up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unnatural.
Whoa, hold up. The screen just blacked out on me for a moment. What the hell happened? Ha ha ha! Let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. And she's still writing.
Whoops! I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan.
I figured as much. Stupid attracts stupid, huh? I suppose that's a bit mean. Maybe she's just gullible. I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yalto, Nalto, and Loonheart, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend. I sort of feel like we might be ruining Briardian's plan. Ah, these names.
I've not seen your faces round here. With the East Aldenar Trading Company, are you?
Okay, that name just makes me flash back to Pirates of the Caribbean. The East India Trading Company? Why, yes. It's good, sir. Very much with them. Oh, there we go. Some might even say we are the East Aldenar Trading Company.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. Do tell, is the Lapis maiden as lovely as they say? Cyanana here's no slouch herself, but like me, she's getting on in years. No offense intended, my dear.
I just had the image in my mind of a wrinkled Lalafell. Do Lalafells get wrinkles?
Oh, but where are me manners? Yalto Noto of the Brugari Consortium, and this is me wife, Cyanana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and years to come. I dare say this wedding and the joining together of our family businesses couldn't be happening at a better time with all manner of fell beasts and basemen taking aim at our wares. Why, just the other day, a shipment of imported foodstuffs was waylaid by the Mandragoras. Nasty buggers, the lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and make a salad out of. You have heard of the Mandragoras, haven't you?
Pretty sure I fought a few of them. But of course, I once spent a year honing body and mind with the Fist of Ralgar. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day. Ah, this complete imbecile.
And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as the Mandragoras, yes? Would it kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourself from time to time?
I can appreciate the hustle. A fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it that they'll not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. What are these? Are these like eco-terrorists or something, but for vegetables? What? What even? Why, they struck at the larder here just days ago. Our supplies were decimated. Do they just like grab a box of turnips and then just throw them out into the wilderness like, be free, wild turnips! Be free and live your lives! Something stupid like that. Fear not, my lady. I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago.
Settle down, Shynana. Forgive me, wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for her figure. And with that, I'd best go prepare my speech. Carry on, lads.
She hasn't spoken up for herself at all this entire time. Criminy, none of those three were suspicious in the least. But we must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. I think it's the wife. I think it's Sainana. Where there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu, we must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm.
You speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. The Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. I'm not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meaning. But this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Briardian will be back any moment now, and he's not the type to suffer excuses.
Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate the foodstuffs of which Master Lewin Hart spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man a prime suspect. Hold it! Inspector Briardian will be back before long. Come, Nashu, this is no time to delay. I've got my eye on you. Oh, wait. Okay, she does talk. Or should I say, can. Oh, that's quite a ways away, actually. Ichi. Oh, hold up. Not nearly as far as I thought it was. Big melons. Crates of assorted foodstuffs and a veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts, do-do-do-do. Here they are, all standing in a row, do-do-do. Big ones, small ones, some the size of my head. Give 'em a toss, a planet across, that's how Vegeta wins, bye-bye! It appears that our man Lewinhart spoke true. Ye gads! Are those explosives I spy concealed amongst these coconuts? Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we have found our phantom thief after all. Oh, okay. And how are they explosives?
Oh, those are mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to set them down, you see, and those coconuts were looking awfully lonely.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She has, like, massive spherical bombs that, remind me of Ranma 1/2. Hoppo, fire, burn! Nashu! Far be it from me to cast doubt on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would possess you to bring your creations to an investigation?
Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time, and I just thought, does this mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either?
Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it's somewhat misdirected. Now set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes like the astute assistant you are. Is that driftwood going to be important? I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Briardian is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he to chance upon this scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Yes, I'm sure he would, and he'd beat you over the head with another fish. Now let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fiery demise.
Confounding Inspector Briardian, explode, a fiery demise. Got it! Are you sure about that? Uh-oh. Don't look now, but someone is returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two are supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The inspector will have a fit if he sees you here.
But Miss Ellie, should Inspector Briardian come upon these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire.
Yuhime and I will see that the inspector keeps a wide berth of this beach. You two just get out of here and be quick about it.
Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu, we shall return for your creations once Inspector Briardian has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us, and we must heed its cry.
I don't know. I'm just not happy with where my mic is at the moment.
I'm not even getting experience from this.
Now then, Detective Inspector.
So Hildebrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed.
Indeed. But enough about Hildebrand. Yuhime and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and...
You know, we are all standing in water here. It's not great for our shoes. Your leather will be crinkling up, and my metal will probably be rusting. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah, yes, that spot just over there by the crates should suffice.
There, of all places? Well, surely we can find somewhere more scenic?
I am not here on vacation. I'm here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. That junk-littered beach should afford us some welcome privacy.
Yes, Inspector. Privacy, indeed.
Ooh, that's a good stretch.
Bloody hells. Don't worry, I'll figure out some way to lead him clear of the bombs.
Look, I just won't draw my sword and make it spark against anything, alright? Should be fine. Oh, that took a moment. Oh, it was loading in. That was the problem. And there are those morons. Again with the stick. Okay, now it's much clearer what is fruit and what is bomb.
Is it just me, or is there a bit of a chill in the air? Perhaps we should go someplace warm.
I, for one, welcome a respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long.
If you insist, Inspector.
Pop, pop. Come on, it's obvious that they run on a fuse and then they're not, like, impact, explosives. Like, there's clearly no huge amount of nitroglycerin in them or something. Through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Morgant, Yalto Nolto, and Leuenhardt. Ah, well, I guess it isn't the wife then. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over... Are the 2 of you listening?
Of course we are. Beg pardon, Inspector.
You look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you are right. I too felt a chill wind blowing in. Mayhap we should continue our conversation elsewhere. Ah, but there is no need. Wait here, and I shall build us a fire! Oh, God, no. Ha ha ha! Methinks the inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling in these barren shores is infinitesimal. Except for that. Thanks, Nashu! Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly. And as fortune would have it, I happen to have a flintstone on my person. The sound effects really do sell it. There is no cause for alarm. 'Tis not blood that courses through the inspector's veins, but ice. I cannot fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Whee! It's flying! Oh, no. What have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Oh, that she wrote down? Don't apologize to us from afar! Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Thank goodness he's so full of himself. Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards, see? Doubtless this is the idle ravings of some madman. Mad woman, really. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. Oh no, what are these gonna say? Give up hope, he of many faces will laugh last. It is not the Lapis Maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. But what is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. The final page? Confounding Inspector Briardian will meet a fiery demise. And now this is starting to sound like the Oingo Boingo brothers. Oh no, really? You know, you'd think with my warrior reflexes I'd be a lot faster at stopping that. Oh no, Ellie! If only he was scared, if only he ran like his father was chasing him. Then he might have actually made it in time. Oh, it's gonna get him in the butt. Oh wait, maybe not. Dunk. Well, well. Now all you have to do is tilt your head backwards. Or hold still. I would suggest tilting backwards. This is not a time for celebration. It's still on his head. Saw that coming. Well, so much for the food. His usual pose and state of being. Well, we're getting kicked out. You saw through the fiend's ruse, but how? Let's just call it reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? A ringing in my ears, but otherwise no worse for the wear. And with big ears like that, there must be a big ringing. You have my gratitude. Ah, possible start of a relationship there. Hildebrand Mandeville, were you able to learn aught of the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. You know what? A thought just struck me. What if the daughter has already been taken and has been replaced by the thief? Just a thought. I mean, we haven't seen her yet, but it's just an idea. Just be like, I was thinking of like, how could this be twisted around and make a big twist? And that's what came to mind. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself to be no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder.
Doctor, he's so smart, but he's so gullible.
We must redouble our vigilance, lest the others come to harm. Vigilance, yes! Vigilance is the order of the day!
What in the name of the gods? Those teeth, those vegetables cost a fortune, and they're ruined! Ruined! Agent of inquiry? More like agent of injury and incompetence!
Ooh! What a burn!
You are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in...
I always want to say gal for that. Well, now what? Oh, hey, there's a melon. We could grab that. I'm sure no one will mind us taking a random melon. What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? Fear not, the fiend's artless attempt on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Guguremu bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods, this is no thief, this is a madman! Huh, now she's clapping for Briardian. Mayhaps she will think to switch sides at some point. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Those crates contain imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Wait a minute. Imported vegetables? Vegetables that are in particularly short supply these days. What with the mandragores at large. Aha! Yes, exactly what I was thinking. Even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras? I've heard of that fell band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name, but it has closely resembled the Azorzian dragon pepper, save for its color, which was a deep purple. Methinks you dost worry too much, Master Lewinhart. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back. I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. So are you saying we should eat the mandragoras? Because you just made them sound tasty. Even the blast blades of the Gerbera proved unable to resist them. Well, that's why I'm here. Oh ho, a formidable foe indeed! Were only there a brave soul in our midst with a want for taking on fearsome enemies with not a shred of concern for her own well-being. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say, yes, I shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. I mean, I was going to, but at least let me say it. Otherwise, you earned a smack from my shield. You are truly a godsend adventurer. One Sundimal of the Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from the Mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without those ingredients, Master Guguremu is like to cook me instead. Please, friend, you are my only hope. A gentleman would never let a lady face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. No, you're just gonna get in my way. Actually, do come, yes, and if you could, stand directly in front of me while I am wielding my sword. Oh, all the way back to the lower decks? That's surprising. I think my chair has made, like, permanent wheel grooves in the carpet at this point. And it's not much carpeting. Music was nice. Lower decks. Aren't I already on the lower decks? Aha!
If you've come for the Mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late. As were we, blast it all. To hear the poor merchant tell it, no sooner had he opened his cargo hold to check on a shipment of vegetables than did an onion turn on him, screeching bloody murder.
Yeah, we're totally gonna eat the Mandragoras. I'm absolutely certain of it at this point.
Fled his own vessel in sheer terror, he did. By the time he came to his senses, it had set sail without him.
I think he got attacked by minions. That's what it feels like.
The merchant left for Aleport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale. Is the thrill of the chase not invigorating, friend? The ferry docked by Fisherman's Bottom will carry us to Aleport. Let us be swiftly on our way.
You do that. I'm just gonna teleport. Speak with the tiny trader in Aleport. Well, they're already ousting him as a Lalafell, apparently. Boom chicka, boom chicka, boom chicka. I like the Coast of Delta Soul theme better. Conforms to his ears. Lucky. No helmet I ever had conformed to my horns. Sorry, I thought they were part of something else. Hey, I was right. Eek! Don't sneak up on me like that! I thought you were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or something like that. Think I jest, do you? You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye as it did mine. My eye! Your eye looks fine to me, as far as I can tell. By the time I regained me wits, they'd already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined. If I never see another bleeding onion till the end of me days, it'll be too soon. I take it back, he was attacked by Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. Oh, wow! My goodness. I love how they look. I can't wait to cut them all up. I'm gonna be reenacting that one Kid Icarus Uprising short. Personally, my favorite of them all. To hear most say, the Mandragores are a nasty lot, a right pain in the arse to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But let me tell ye, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow fronds from our larders and tables is but the beginning. Wait, are you telling me they can turn completely normal food alive? Is that what they're doing? Sort of zombie sentience sort of thing? The bulbous blackguards of a far grander scheme. revolution! And now I'm thinking of Pajama Sam with the communist carrot. This mask belongs to the people. We're tired of being relegated to the side. We want a side dish. We want to be part of the main course. Property is theft, man.
Madness, you say? Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. Huh? This muscle-bound fellow with a dim expression.
None of your smart answers. You think you're so clever, but I'm dim. Dim of the yard. Dim, consternacious uproar.
I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Bugger me if it ain't the undead overlord what fancies himself a gentleman, Inspector. Which would make you, could it be, the adventurer what bested the thieving duelist in single combat?
I wouldn't call it single, and quite frankly, no. Gilgamesh was not, actually, the thief. No.
Not just brave, but humble too. Hells, if it'd been me what did the deed, I'd be shouting my name from the top of every mountain in Eorzea. But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. Your grace.
Tomato. I'm gonna have to slay Larry the Cucumber, aren't I?
And that's exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud, and I mean that literally. As we speak, the Mandragores are plotting themselves a whole army of their own kind on the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you could go there and uproot them before the harvest comes.
Kill a one named Bobby Ganoush. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum. And have a pink dog help me too. Wait for the great eggplant! Many a case have I solved in my day, but I'm not matched wits with sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra! Now, is this going to be a duty? Or where am I going? Oh. Whoosh! Huh. Really thought they would have been, further away. And land. Well, time to rip up the sprouts by the roots. That'll be a good time to take stock of the audio as well. A hostile gaze. Ooh, very scary. Ooh. I'm glad they're Mandragora and not Mandrake. Otherwise, I'd be deaf. That is one big mantis. Couldn't tell where it was. Ah, yes, this place. Where I fought that siren person. You moron, what have you done now?
Firm, I perceive the mandragores has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here. Somewhere.
Alright. Level sync. They're a lot bigger than I expected, that's for sure. Onion Prince, you say? Well then, your highness, allow me to chop you. Get back here. Bonk. Need to power up a little. Eggplant Knight, Mandragora Queen. Get back here. Ah, crap. Move and throw. And get to bleeding. Well, not really bleeding, but it's a type of DOT. Throw. Tomato King. Hey, hey, hey! I've got you now. Garlic Jester. Bonk. You will stay still while I kill you. Wrong move. Bum, 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 bum. Don't buffalo me, Lieutenant. The Eggplant Knight. Good night, Bobby Ganoush. Little audio adjustment. You stay there. Ah, jeez, over an hour on this nuts. On this nutty thing. Well, at least it's entertaining. I should have flown, dadgummit. Hey, how'd you get out of the sand without my help? You return! I feared you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. Here you go. The stolen foodstuffs! You've saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Guguremo's quite particular about his seasonings. Ooh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. No! You stay out of the kitchen. You'll probably cause it to explode or something. Alright, that's where they are. That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion, but it is time we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue that yet eludes us.
Cool! The peppers have changed color!
What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate! Purple. A striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Lewenhart described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate. Or perhaps the pepper is the man in disguise.
But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious.
Maybe we got a different shipment for someone else? Did I say purple? I meant a purplish blue or a bluish purple. Aha! J'accuse, good sir. More thunder coming around. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. After him! Ooh, I like the glow of my armor now. It looks so good when it's allowed to stand out. The goggles have proved... Oh, right. The goggles are those silly... Well, that was louder than I thought it would be. Spooked me a little bit. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Fan is off. Might we have him this time, or is this quest gonna go for a trilogy? This is not the greatest place to... Don't tell me he ran into these things. Whoosh! See, why didn't he display that speed earlier when trying to catch the torch? Ha ha ha! If you thought you could outsprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken! For pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea, I, Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest! He's dead, isn't he? Done in by a snipper, a fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let us see what lies behind the mask. What? Hello. Where am I? Who are you? So wait, this was the real Lewenhart the whole time? Ha! Playing the fool will avail you not. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. Oh, please. I could believe that your dad could do that, but you, absolutely not. Unless you know how to suplex his upper half into the ground, which I doubt you do. Wait, I remember now. I was on my way to meet Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella! I must find her at once! Oh, my head. It would seem that this man wears no mask. This is the true Lewenhart. Well, great. That means the other guy completely slipped by us. I swear on my life that it is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and then in the next instant he turned on me. Much like the thunder is doing now. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managing to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Aha! A mark! A scar! A wound. An identifying feature, at long last.
Now that you mention it, the imposter was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him.
Oh, right, he wears the monocle. I completely forgot. I thought he wore straight glasses. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had time to thoroughly research his new target. More importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all present. And hopefully they think it isn't a thing. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Lewenhart back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety. What the?
The veggies!
These are a lot smaller than the ones I fought. Then it does appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. Mash 'em, fry 'em, cook 'em in a stew. They're cute-ish, but still. The game is afoot, inspectors. Do-do-do-do-do. Off they go. Murderous VeggieTales off to do mischief. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? I almost want to give him LeQuack's voice. LeQuack is back. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Eh? Oh, Wineport, right. Well, I guess my little twist idea, it didn't come to fruition. Oh well, I don't mind. Big Panda! Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once.
Oh, Lewin, always the worrier. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I just wanted to see the flowers.
Lovely though these flowers may be, they're as unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Please call me Hildy.
The pleasure is mine, my lord. Or much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true?
I fear they are, Miss Arabella, but still your gentle heart, for as long as Hildebrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Mandeville name.
The gods smile on me indeed to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion. And yet... You seem pensive, milady. Is something wrong the matter? To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vans. Why, I have not even met him,
And when you do meet him, you'll wish you hadn't.
He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift. A treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. I do not care how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle.
No, that's going to be the ring on your finger. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. Why not? Why is she not allowed to speak her mind and her heart, Lewin Hart? You are in the company of three other ladies, after all. An arranged marriage to the youth you have not even met? Unconscionable! Oh, don't take it upon yourself to stop it. Please don't.
Father says this marriage must happen, for that it is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true Eldon. If I may be bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood?
No freaking duh!
Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, though as servant rather than son. You may think Father a cold and miserly man.
I do.
But to me, he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vans if that will make Father happy.
No, 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 do not do that. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it now!
If I have to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I, as well, must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends.
Looks like this will be the end of it. We've not a moment to lose, friend. The time of our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. More rumblings. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Mandeville art of parley to cut through... That didn't work last time, smartass. 'Tis an art that I would impart to you as well, friend, though there will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. No doubt it shall prove as invaluable in your adventures as it has in my investigations, or failing that, serve to entertain you when you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss Ellie, with me! I'm doing it again. Inspector Briardian, I have seen to the maiden safety. Miss Arabella will be along soon. How fares your investigation? I have canvassed the grounds, but none of the guests are concealing their hands. How can this be? The thief must be somewhere.
Miss Arabella just left her estate, I hear. I suppose we'll find out soon enough if her beauty...
For booty.
is truly a match for our own. Tee-hee.
There is no time. Without the thief in custody, we cannot risk allowing Miss Arabella to take the stage.
But Inspector, Vans and his family would not take kindly to his betrothed's absence.
That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the inspector here will think of something. Me? What do you propose? You're the expert at creating diversions. Can't you just knock something over, blow something up or the like? You know, like you always do. Inspector Briardian! I knew the day would come that you recognize my many talents. Worry not about Master Vans. Yes, for the sake of the maiden, a gentleman will do what must needs be done. The poor sop lacks even the wits to know when he's being insulted. Now to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here are the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying about. Perfect. Yuihime, find some suitably ordinary garb and deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. There are no gates here. It sounds so close, and I'm worried about the power. I shall proceed with the investigation. Did I remember to put reading aloud? I don't remember. Wait, this is the manor? Shut up there! Has the Lapis Maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty for myself. She's wearing gloves! Servant's garb, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing. Oh, thank you. But we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Do with them as you will. She's not wearing anything on her hands. He's not wearing anything on his hands. What is that? Well, whatever. Greetings, friend. Oh, what's this you have for me? Yeah, I probably would. And hi, Scratch. But no, Sheila's a good girl. She's a good mech. Servant's garb, but why? Miss Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise that you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony! Father will be furious, and Lord Vans. We are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens and almost succeeded. We cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety. We should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father stands to gain from it. Yeah, because then he'll lose the profits. Lewin, if father heard you say such things... I should have said them long ago. By not doing so, I have put your life in danger. Oh, is this going to be the real marriage partner? What is the word I'm looking for? Screw it. But besides, we have not one... Oh, okay. Oh, it's mostly just silly stuff. But, thanks for coming by anyway, Scratch. Once this is done, I should be getting back to the main interim content stuff. It's taken up longer than I thought, though. But besides, we have not one, but two skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice. Very well. I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray, wait for me there. Here? May have misread. Yeah, she still looks pretty good, even in that. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet dress, Inspector? Yuihime, bring Miss Arabella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as to how he intends to see to his task, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Now let us return before the festivities begin. Shut up, Clouds! Why do I get the feeling he would end up wearing it? Because he seems like the kind of moron that would. Either that or tearing it or spilling something on it. Ah, you return. Me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan to distract Master Vans at the ceremony. Is there aught I might do for you? Whatever you do, don't destroy this. Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress. I must admit to some confusion as to what to do with it, but worry not, I shall take it into safekeeping. And with that, I must attend to Master Vans before the ceremony begins. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Briardian and I have the situation entirely under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities? Well, okay then. Time to see this entire thing snowball into hell on earth, I suppose. At least it's daytime again. Curses! How am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about? Have sharper eyes.
Friends, family, business associates, 'tis an honor and a pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by the Brugar Consortium and the East Aldenar Trading Company.
We trust that you've been enjoying fine food, fine spirits, and a profitable conversation. Yeah, as far as I can tell, there's no lines on her face. At least not to the extent of those two new Twi'leks in the Old Republic. Oh, those were horrid. They had way too much detail on them. Made them stand out super hard. The Lapis Maiden! If even half the tales of her beauty are true, Vans is the luckiest bastard in the realm.
Yaltanoto Sanana, honored guests, it is a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son Vans, future chair of the Brugaire Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Gugaremu of the East Aldenar Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows here today that the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all.
Well, at least he's dressed nicer, even though his bow tie is still off.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden whose beauty minstrels will sing of for ages to come.
Damn you, Hildebrand Mandeville. You had one job.
Oh, no. Oh, he did it, didn't he? Oh, no, he did. Oh, God. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, Glad, he did it. He did it. Oh, hold on a moment. Let me see here. Ah, shoot. I don't think my expressions are working. But either way, I am absolutely horrified. Cross-dressing deviant. Oh, not quite what I intended, but I suppose it serves our purposes.
Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, expector extraordinaire, have but assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take aim at her life. Master of disguise, you are not. The fiend who now lies defenseless before me! The game is up, Vans! Or shall I call you by another name, the Thief of Many Faces? And of course, Nashu is completely oblivious the entire time. It appears that my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well, allow me to elucidate. While there is not a soul in the realm who has not heard the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty, there are but 2 men here in Costa del Sol who had gazed upon her lovely visage before today, her father Guguremu and her steward, Lewinhart. As you yourself admitted on multiple occasions, Master Vans, you were to have your first glimpse of your bride-to-be today. Considered in this light, would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? No, anybody would make that, would act like that upon seeing you instead of a woman. Or just you in general. Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? None save you, ye of 1,000 faces. And anyone else with half their wits about them. Yep, I lost. Arrest that pervert at once. It's a dangerous madman about, yeah. 2 of them. Huh? Gloves! A glove on his right hand. Could it be? Don't expect to make it to the honeymoon. Haha! Oh, and it's off her neck now. The man is a fool, but it would have behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not, and what is yours is now mine. That's the thief! Stop wasting your time with that imbecile and arrest him! Squeaky? Squeakaroo? Oh, it's even got teeth. That's kind of scary. Oh, God, no. I'm not reading that out. Ah! No! The very correct response. Very good, vegetables. Now, how the hell do you do that? The attention is most flattering, but I have taken what I came for. And now I must away. My lords, my ladies, till we meet again. Yeah, she's grateful that she doesn't have to marry anybody today. I hear that the real Vans was found bound and gagged in his storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I am sorry. I'm not. If the imposter's what is it? Word I'm looking for? Mentality, personality was anything to go by, this guy would have been a freak. Well, not freak, but just general creep and dick. Self-absorbed. For what, milady? The banquet was more exciting than I ever could have hoped for. Vance and his father were furious, of course, and our marriage has been called off. But perhaps it is for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy, by living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildebrand, who taught me this lesson. Oh, he finally has a positive influence on something. Ugh!
For the love of the gods, somebody find him a change of clothes. But one thing still puzzles me. The thief's challenge said he would steal the Lapis Maiden's virtue, yet in the end he took only her neckpiece.
Now that you mention it... Oh! Looks like the little veggie guys are still around. Now that you mention it, Master Guguremu told me about the clasp when it first arrived. Engraved with the mark of the Sun Goddess, it is one of the most treasured pieces from the Bugare collection, known by many as Azima's Virtue. Oh, well, that explains it. The Maiden's Virtue, indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines. Hold on, we haven't had a card yet. My card senses are tingling. There it goes. Well dodged. Oh no! Veggie down! Veggie down! I suppose in a way they are kind of cute. Over here, Inspector. It says, made you look. Oh! Brilliant shot. The fiend plays us for fools. Give that to me at once. It's a good thing that his brain is so small that it missed. When next we meet, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Another riddle. Well, I'm a victor. In a lot of things. If nothing else, it appears that the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of my assassination. Still, we must ever be on guard. The fiend attempted murder once. He may very well do so again. Eh? Alright.
Verily, Inspector, I must agree. One can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer.
Hear me, man of 1,000 faces. You sealed your fate when you called me out by name. Mark my words, when next we meet, you will be mine. Yes, it was the Phantom Thief who was to blame for that bomb. Truly, verily, indubitably, the Phantom Thief, most certainly.
Is he gonna be okay? Will the onion live?
Around an hour and 40. Whew. That thunder's being really persistent and constant. Party minigame? Oh, parlay. Entertain yourself as many a Manderville man as before you by opening the toy chest in any inn room. I don't think I will. Now, give me the next time bit. To the victor goes a priceless treasure. While the smile of a champion holds secrets untold. Not Gilgamesh again. Are 8 legs better than 2? Can a Manderville man triumph over terrors and win the day? Oh, Colosseum. Perfect for me. Enkidu the chicken! The key to the next case is also the... And now there's lightning. Now I'm worried. Key to the storeroom. Be sure not to lose it. Wait, it's a real key and a figurative one? At the same time? Ha! Take that, sonny boy!
At the same time? Is that even possible? I guess we'll find out next time.
The chicken wants the Corbin. Right, let's grab it to start. And then move on to the main quest. Right, eyes unclouded. It's okay, Scratch. You can come back now. I'm hungry. Yeah. Oh, Glad. That was like all-encompassing all over the house. Like directly above. The lightning flash also wasn't great. Well, there you have it. If the stream suddenly stops at any point, it's because the power went out, I suppose. Alright, from fun to dull, I suppose.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole.
That's like the 8th time I've heard you say that to me.
Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Curthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it.
No, I'm not ready. Now I am. Hey, where'd that patch on the inside of my collar come
I shall
from?
summon the others at once.
Looks to me like there is a bit of frame rate slowness.
A vessel for a primal soul?
1, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Big booms. Very big booms.
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
Ugh, are we still going on about this? Come on. Has the Moogle taught us nothing?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglemog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
See? He gets it.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
Yes, we are.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
The will to do so.
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it.
As
Strange
damn
as
it.
all
What?
sounds, it's really no different from what you faced before.
Nah, wasn't.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Okay, now it seems like the frame rate is back to normal. Must have been the fear of lightning.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Never mind, I take it back.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah, I know, they were Hydelins. I kept hearing them.
Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals.
Which she didn't define her motivations or what she ultimately planned to do. It just seems like kill everyone, and therefore all war will end. Which, you know, never works.
Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Oh wait, I got a necklace that I need to check out.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Yeah, but look, if she throws a sword at me, I'm not gonna pretend that I'm the king of the Britons.
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded, it would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
They all sound cold to me. Right, hold on. Alright. Finish this first. Let me take a look here. I was thinking necklace. No, that's not it. Was it earrings? No. Aha! Here we have it. Wait, no, that's not it either. Not the rings. I swear it was something I had that was, like, pink. Oh, yes. New weapons. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Sormer. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few... Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Hey! Who's causing a racket? Some of us are trying to get work done here. 'Tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Roel has escaped. Oh, right. Yeah, that's a bad thing. Yeah, took me a moment. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Royal quitting the city via the gates of Nald, the bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castra Meridianum, I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Royal's heels. Pray, make haste to Camp Blue Fog and join the hunt. Alright, going after her. Perp! Oh, I thought it was going to be right outside. My mistake. Oh, hey, it's a tiny little mage. How cute. Not as cute as a stone golem, but cute.
Thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royal walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Raubon's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so, here we are. You know, she probably would have just waltzed on through anyway, like nothing was wrong. Just keep walking, just keep walking. There's nothing wrong. Act like you belong. Roel must not be allowed to reach Castra Meridianum. Hi-ho, Sheila!
itchy. Uh-oh. We've lost a man already. This wretch was with Royal. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the god's damned harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Get to do a lot of stabbing. Ah, she's got more reinforcements. Looks like a right mess. What the hell? The hands! The hands are back! I'm not entirely sure if I should be killing these guys or focusing on her. She's almost done. I'll focus on her. I think she's basically done, so... You're coming down, big boy. Okay, now I'm not entirely sure what to do. Ah, I've killed so many! And they've taken out and weakened quite a few. I'm gonna turn this on. Maybe it'll help. Oh, good, I did it. Just had to kill so many. Bind her and do it tight. Truss her up a spingen on the tight side. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What do you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's-given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. She's not wrong. I did what I had to do to survive. Stealing, killing, even whoring myself. Ooh. Bet she doesn't look back on that fondly. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine to be a paragon when I join the flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion, much like it is now for me. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it is that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. I wonder if that's foreshadowing. But enough talk. You will return to Ulda to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. Oh, dadgummit, I should have eaten an egg. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raban chose his. Well, at least I got a new sword and shield out of the deal.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
I'm starting to think I just can't trust Lalas with facial hair.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
But wait, I just messed with that company, though.
Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
What, you want that seat? You want that seat, do you? Alright! Give me something new and something good. Noctoplon and Bertgang. Whoa! Wow. What the hell? Alright, you I need to dispel. You know, that actually looks pretty good. Not the sword, though. Not that in the slightest. Well, gonna have to do it then. There it is. Why is it the weapons are the ones that come last? Oh, there's that Mango Delango person again. Oh, right. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of our miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, but I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Minfilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Royale in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. It don't end well. Turning that off. Yep, still glows normally. That's interesting. Away I go. I would stop doing that. Oh, I thought that was a helmet for a moment. That's just his freaky white face.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent.
Oh, what the?
I know not what to say.
That doesn't sound anything like the letters I see on the screen. What the hell?
Together with Robon, Aline lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Assembly. Wait, I thought those two went to
Thanks for
Gridania.
coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auricide, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Asian souls.
In theory.
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auricide's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Asian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
So in other words, use the Osirite like a grenade.
The only trouble is, we can't say for
Osirite,
sure how
alright.
concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Asian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Hebrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a blade of light. a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy.
I called it Giga Slash.
Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
What, you expect all of you expect to have one too?
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
I don't know, can we find a vent or something?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white orosite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
If only I could remember the Ragna Blade incantation.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the orosite. And I could do with some
Wait,
help.
no, I was right.
Jay,
Yes,
why don't you lend me a hand?
I think these yawns are indicative that I'm gonna need another drink.
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
What for?
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises.
Oh, right.
'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Good reasoning.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident of the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
Mass kidnapping, then.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God.
Which apparently doesn't have a name.
We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Going immediately right back into it.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea.
This sounds unrelated.
So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash.
Solus. Something about the sun, I assume.
We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived.
This really is feeling like it's trying to put me to sleep.
To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
Yeah, makes sense.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone.
I thought that... Yeah, Black Wolf was the guy that I fought.
In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Voris Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
Who?
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. And with that, I take my leave.
these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this.
Oops.
I know you can hear me, monitorous scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! They will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
The sickness that is capitalism.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs.
Too bad they don't destroy each other.
Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents.
And then the endless lobbying.
This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
Except for me, apparently.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends.
America.
For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be.
Nah, the monetarist is still gonna be a thing.
Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Yeah, I'm definitely losing myself a little bit. I had like micro naps or something during that. Oh boy. Oh, I need a drink. A strong drink. Back in a moment. Okay. Wake me up before we go. That's better. Now then, was is this going on with mine quest objectives? Oh, are you serious? I gotta do the hard... I seriously have to do the hard modes of these. Ah. This is nonsense. Suppose I better go and grab this real quick. I'm willing to bet, or after that, she'll probably have me do Leviathan hard, and then Garuda hard next. Bah! I really hate this interim content. It's just wasting my time. Is it her? Does she give it to me? No. Ghost of Amdapur? No, that's something else. Is it down below? Oh, in for Garuda Awakening, in for Rude Awakening, I see. There it is. Wait, no. Drop Dead Shiva. Oh my god. Yep, as I thought, Leviathan again. Oh, Jeebus Cripes. Well, I guess that's gonna be the rest of the stream then, doing those freaking hard modes. Ugh. A slog has come. Ah, crap, I'm outside. Yeah, talk to Drillamont. Yeah, I'm sure nothing interesting is going to happen during this. Speak with Drillamont, then speak with someone at Snowcloak. There was just another shuddering of some of an aftershock, I suppose, of thunder. Best way to describe it. Okay, no, that's... Okay, that's something else entirely. Okay. Let's see. Let's just turn you off then. I'm just gonna have to do some of these at some point. Oh, though, if I remember correctly, Gray's wife had horror stories about the Moogle Extreme one. Or PTSD, either way. Gotta go to the upper. Yep, upper. So get to running. Ugh, nude Lala. Alright, speak with you about it. Dry docks. There. Ugh. Whirl Eater Extreme. And now the Adder's Nest for possibly the worst one. For whatever reason, I thought I heard something that sounded a bit like a tauntaun. Oh, yeah, right. Demon Brick. Forgot about those. Right. Don't want to speak to Moogles. Good thing these don't have collision. You stupid puffball. Alright, that sorted those out. I feel like I'm just gonna have to take some sort of inventory of what the ones I have to do. It's looking like I have to do all primals all over again, but just That man is very naked. I just need a list. Right, you have in for Garuda Awakening, which I need to do. And what I need to do is Bowl of Embers Hard, which I believe is Ifrit's. So let me just make a list. Also sounds like some sort of salamander breakfast cereal. Okay. And then I need... Shit, I should have spoken to her back so I could have gotten... You know what? I'll just do it now. I'll just do it. Because that's just how this is going to be. Or the other way. Ugh, went in a circle. Of course I would. Okay. Yes, that's still the same thing. Bowl of Embers. And then I need to do the Navel, which is Titan, I'm pretty sure. And the Howling Eye, which is Garuda. So in order for any of these to be done, at the very, or at least to make them as expedient as possible, is first the Bowl of Embers. Alright then. Duty. Duty Finder. Yeah, leveling, trials, main scenario. Let's see. These are the regular ones, I'm pretty sure. Oh, there's a couple hards. But no, I don't think that's it. Let's see. Trials for... Here we are. Bowl of Embers. That's the regular. Bowl of Embers hard. Probably gonna react Duty Finding Titan at some point. Average wait time 5 minutes, currently just me, the single tank. Now, you know what? There's still something I gotta do first. Be back in a minute. Ah, there you are, Gray. I was wondering when you'd show up. You catch me at about the lowest point so far in the stream. I can't do anything until I do hard mode. We'll revisit some hard mode. Anyway, back to me and my face for you to take a look at. Behold! It is I! Me! For now. Now then, get back to it. It ain't much to me, it's just a starter set. Because I certainly have bigger dreams, or plans. Yeah, they both work. Only regret, I can't do anything with my hands. That and maybe my eyes a bit too. Yeah, I can't do anything with my hands for now. Just turns out that requires another little piece of tech that I don't have and was not really aware of beforehand. Feel like I'm big enough on screen, or do you think I could be bigger? Because yeah, I noticed around like 100, probably like 149 or something like that. Okay, good. Because I am trying to base it all off of you. Oh no, my wait time jumped up to 11 minutes? Aw, oh, crap. Ugh. It's not gonna get any easier for tonight, I feel. Just one hard mode after another, and apparently I might not even get the first one started. And hey, at least one of your new emotes works. Might as well turn it on, even though I'm pretty sure I'd have to turn it on again if I get into another one. Right, I want to check my currency. Yeah, I need like 200 more of this in order to afford the final helmet for this set. Well, it's all supposed to be hard mode, so I'm not entirely sure if you are supposed to, how that affects it. Like if that's even possible. Resets in that amount of time. That better not mean it resets all my stuff and gets rid of it. You can do extreme solo? Psh, show off. Ah, no, now it's 3 minutes more. Come on, I saw tons of people at the usual central aetherites. Is there's seriously nobody trying to do duties right now? Hards? Gah. Almost tempted to really just start one of these other class quests in the meantime. Even though I'm sure they'll probably yank me out of the duty finder for doing so, but... At the very least, I can say if it's unsynced, I'm going to assume that it scales to you and not to me. So that sounds absolutely terrifying as the tank. And I know it's just Ifrit that I'm trying to do, but still. Oh, wait. Oh, lucky me. Please tell me that that one DPS is not AFK. AFC technically is would be the correct acronym. I ought to take a new picture with this armor so I can put it on the adventure plate. That's what I ought to do. Because I like the look of this armor. Yes, skip. I've already seen this before. Stays at your level just means no EXP for the kill, but you get credit and EXP from the quest. Right, that still happens. You know, as far as I can tell, in these few duties that I've done, I have yet to meet a bad healer. Oh man, that Dark Knight other tank is rocking some 2B outfit. Oh, I forgot there was this phase 2 part. Well, looks like I have his attention. Oh, Glod. Did it throw some new moves in, or has it just been so long that I can't remember it? Hard mode throws in new moves to expand all ones you know. I thought as much. Oh, so it... Okay, so it would be 50 Ifrit. Okay, I'll see. Alright, yeah, that sounds doable. If it's unsynced in that way. Skippy skip. Hey, 60, that's a lot. Let's see. Ifrit's Rod, don't use that. Let's see. Inferno Weapon Coffer, you know what? I want that. Healer did well. Okay, that should open up this then. I'll need to grab that first. And then we can both try to do this nonsense. Because if you're going to be over-leveled like that, good. Looks like I did not get the item. Oh well. I don't really mind, it kind of just got new stuff anyway. Alright, give it to me, come on. Right, I gotta go speak to him first. Tune at Natalan. Where is that? That's pretty far. I'm a bit surprised I actually have to go out this way because I'm pretty sure her land was basically above Gridania. Just coming out around here seems a bit weird. Oh, well, wait, right. She is the Ixals. The Ixal patron primal, so, yeah, never mind. Makes sense. That must be it. Right, that's two of them. Okay, so you want to be making it and starting it off, or should I? Okay. Leave it up to the vet. Hold up. What's this here in a Titan spot? Well, you know, he can get it. He can get on it. I'm still just gonna. Is this just opening up extreme version, or is this actually giving? No, I already have hard version unlocked. I'm pretty sure. It's not something I need to do for the story progression, but the fact that it's just there anyway... Oh, that reminds me. Thank you. Oh, now Ishtola's giving it to me, huh? Defeat the Howling Eye hard. Yeah, I don't think it's the hard mode that she's given me. Oh well, anyway. I don't know if we have to be together or not for you to do it, but feel free to start looking whenever. Oh, Glad, it really is just going to be us two. I know you're over-leveled, but still, do you think you can do the work of 4? And we also have no healers. Oh, hey, you got yourself a new little outfit. Oh, wow, I just saw the damage you did. That is nuts. Oh my god, this is taking me back. This is taking me back to, like, the early versions of the Old Republic where I could solo operations on my own. I didn't do a lot of damage at all, but I was at least able to easily withstand their attacks with a healer companion. Oh my god. Maybe the end of the stream will be saved after all. Oh, it's an egg. Garuda's Abandon and a vortex weapon coffer. Oh, please, don't clap for me. You're the star of the show and you know it. What? Why am I not able to open this? A Machinist arm, so it's a gun? Cool. This tree. Okay, so that's Garuda. 2 of them. What was my third one again? Right, the naval. Gotta handle Titan again. There we go. Finally lets me open it. Garuda's Gaze. Ah, it's weaker. And it doesn't exactly look all that good. Suppose I should consider myself lucky in that case. Taking that for later. Ready to go. The Moogle ones are the only decent ones. Oh, God, they must look awful. I mean, it's not that it's bad, it's like... What'd it say? Leader's application has been denied. Do not meet one or more of the requirements. Oh, the duty's not unlocked. Is this... Could have sworn I already had Titan hard mode, but I guess not. Suppose I'll have to make that trip then real quick. Alright, that's done with that. Be done as soon as I can. Interesting ice shield. Oh, that's kind of a cute pinkish looking one. Looks a bit flowery. Ugaramo Mines. That is actually a place I have not been to. Get all the mounts from all the ARR trials and get a special mount. Extreme fights is a small chance of dropping a mount. Oh. I don't know. I'm mostly hoping at the moment, at least for this character, to just have some cool technological looking ones. A bit like Sheila here. Like the motorcycle I've seen you and Papada on. Wait, nope. Gotta go down. What the hell? It's a bit like I'm a little locked in here. Unless these guys open up the doors. Huh, must be for something else I need to do. Anyway, oh, I see. Nope, that's just a fake door. Let's see, this way then. There we go, that's better. Nope. Missed my turn. Okay, yeah, alright. I didn't have it unlocked. Okay, that makes sense. Right, start it up. Interesting hat you got there. Alright, time to tear Titan a new one. Ooh, I forgot how good the music was. He sure loves to jump. And broken. Goodbye, Fatso. The Wall of Crags. It's basically the same effectiveness as my current shield. Probably has worse substats, though. Now then. Open up the coffer. It was going to give me a wall of crags. Ugh. What are you breaking? Just a little fun bomb? Well, anyway, I think that's about it. Yeah, as far... Stars! Mario! Oh, Thanks for speeding this up a lot. I'm probably gonna have to sell this one wall of crags, if that's even possible, at some point. And big thanks for getting me through that, which probably would have taken forever otherwise. To do it so the traditional way. Yeah, barely 10 minutes. Little Lala, big power. Well, big level, I suppose. Sorry about that. That was some ice in my teeth. I am most eager to address the ASEAN threat. However, we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. Yeah, because I'm the only person that can do anything around here, apparently. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? Yeah, so let them do shit. And let me get on with the main plot. True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Yuehime, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. So long as I don't have to wipe their asses for them. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was a Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Adeleji and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raban needs our help, and will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issue effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. No objections! None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. I already forgotten how to pronounce her name. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes at the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. Yuehime, while we focus on that task, mayhaps you could assist Alphanod and his Braves with theirs? I just said I don't want to do their stuff. Alphanod has hired incompetence. Either that or this is just the curse of The curse of protagonist. It would do much to restore faith in the immortal flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Uldan riots. When you are finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Yes, the crystal bead that is in the ear that I do not have. Oh yeah, this guy. I remember him now.
Pleasure as always. You'll be escorting the commander to Ulda, I take it?
Actually, I had another task in mind for her. If you'd be so kind as to repeat your report for her benefit.
Right then. Me and mine have been taking inquiries into the source of the weapons that found their way into refugee hands a way back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near High Bridge.
I doubt that this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain secret.
Brings to mind that merchant what caught an arrow while talking to you he made, don't it? Generous oh wait, which, absolute, accidental skip. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods. Savvy?
Savvy.
Seizing the... Ha! Wrong voice.
Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you? I say nothing. I'm a silent protagonist. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilberd at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ulda. I expect good tidings.
Always, Ilberd.
I really do have a lot of, like, duty quests built up in my quest log that I really should get through at some point. Ugh, wind and rain, as if we didn't just have that a moment ago. For real. Well, rain, yes, wind, no.
Ah, my scout has been keeping a close eye on the black marketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived.
Stop moving the darn thing.
It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a woman of your standing, and Captain...
That'll do.
Needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men have ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Let's get this going already. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me!
But you're gone. Man, this music really does fit with the rain. That was easy. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Once you've disposed of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Hola, thug. Kind of glad the fate has given me this kind of music. God, these thugs are so underprepared, what with a simple wooden plank shield like that. Took you long enough to attack short stuff. Is it a big enough distraction? Gonna have an egg. Smalala. Big stick. Yes. This is a problem. If Ilbert ain't around. Oh, never mind. Or maybe it still is a problem. What the hell are you doing, man? As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out. But before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. I'm suspicious of such a claim. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring an inexperienced recruit. Commander would be most disappointed. Damn it all, a golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slipped past our perimeter. At present, the first is currently tracking a party of dusk-white sellswords we suspect may be them. Would that we could have enlisted the aid of the immortal flames or the brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons. Yet even that accomplishment is lacking, for the information we received indicated a massive shipment. And this is anything but. Did we recruit a liar too? That's what it's feeling like, honestly. I will join the first in their hunt for the dusk-white sellswords. If the gods are good, we will catch them before they escape into the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask that you deliver these weapons to Ulda in my stead. Entrust them to the third's Yu Hase. He will take care of the rest. I remember seeing him around. Guess I just lost my my free return ability. Oh well. Why is he like on the other side of the place entirely? What's this? Oh right, whoops. That was part of the samurai quest. Oh, there he is. Not nearly as far as I thought he'd be. Ah, I thought I could go through the fountain. There we go. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for your assistance in Corthus. Now what brings you to us this day? A gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilberd, you say? Understood. Once we've cataloged the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riel stated with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Riel is unfamiliar with the ways of Uldan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that his information was not completely erroneous and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. I don't like this. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the ceruleum processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Alian, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Yeah, something about this is not adding up in the slightest, and I really don't trust it. A word, if you please, ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need for whistling this time, don't ye worry. Steve Akuma. Is that Juan Wick? Oh, I could put my thing up for sale here. Let's see. Wish list favorites. Oh, dadgummit. I don't know how to actually put something up for sale. Well, whatever. For later. Thanks for indulging me request. Few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burning Wall, when you and the captain interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it.
These Duskwights they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw me, yourself? Not before the fighting started and not after? Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in me bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts. Our information was reliable, gods damn it! I know he purchased those weapons. As if I've never deciphered a moneylender's books or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Did plenty of that back when the Braves were getting started, believe me. The commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend. I've got a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you lending me an ear. Right then, let's best get back to it. Started off pirate, ended up slight Irish.
Can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you are able.
Not rare that she gives... Well, it's rare that she gives me a call. I hate it how it does that every single time. No! Up, 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 up. Oh, screw it. Ugh, that's a gross little bug.
Thank you for coming so quickly. We've a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all indications.
The Rising Chorus. What in the world?
Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we?
Oh, hey, it's her again. The sub-commander.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
Yes.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import. You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Oh, that was you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm.
How is that any different from just a plain alarm? Can't you just say alarm? Come on.
Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
Oh, please let this be the start of the whole Nidhogg thing. Or is that further on
The
later?
old Curthin rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald.
So he's going to take care of the Empire for us?
Only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right.
What do you mean it was you?
Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, Have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Ta-ta, Rue.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgardsormr had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
It wasn't that loud of a roar. Maybe.
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgardsormr. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights.
Good, send me in. Let me do it. Please.
Sir Emmerich would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Yes, 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 1,000 times yes. Let's go right now, right now.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
You know, I'm currently playing a warlock whose patron is a great worm. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. Let me guess, it's cold. As Urianger stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgardsormr, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garleans' airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship's ceruleum engines failed, and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether for malms around. Wait, you talking about that one depression in the ground that's like surrounded by what looks like blood-red crystal? Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center, a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Aymerich's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. I don't know. Sounds like a sign that says, "Here be dragons," would it be appropriate? Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. Good, I don't care. Let me get on with the dragons. Everything goes right through me tonight. And we are back to it. Back to something finally interesting and exciting. I feel like I could pull down my command bars a little further. And fly. What is it? Fog? Fog. Oh, I was thinking of Corthus. Nope. Got ourselves another duty to do, eh? You're in luck, miss. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake. Though I cannot say for certain at this distance, I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. So it's true then? The Ishgardians honestly fear that the worm might rise again? Well, from here that seems rather unlikely. Man, if the fog was not here, willing to bet this would be a lot more interesting to see. But if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans, who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrius, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Keeper of the Lake. Ah, shoot, it's not hard mode, but apparently I still can't do it, do it alone. Okay. Less than 5 minutes. Ugh, that was gross. Ugh. Suppose this will be the last duty of the night, considering the time, and possibly the last thing I do tonight. Well, it looks like she'll probably be adding herself to the pool as well, so that'll probably help. Another DPS in there. Oh, I'm sorry. I think that's actually a man. Well, actually, could it be either? And I'm not sure. Fat bird. I'm not entirely sure the skirt is, like, exclusive to females. Oh, I was hoping I could get on the boat. Too bad. shield gives off a cool glow. I like it. Oh, hey, this actually might be enough for the helmet. I'll take a look. Oh, darn. Oh, well. Yes. Grab it. Wear it. Ah, shoot. Oh, well. At the very least, I have it. Come on, you stupid DPS. Good. Whoa! What's that shimmer going on? Oh, playing with an Egyptian god, apparently. We got Bastet. Codpiece Clipper, and the other one was Harness Snipper. Do these crabs specifically go after clothes to cut? Are these hentai crabs? Lake Pugil. Hey, you! Oh, it is facing me. I couldn't tell its ass from its face. I am in hurt. Much hurt. Whew, thanks, healer. Actually, hold on a moment. Now that I can... There we go, that's better. And hide the head. Treasure! I think that's for someone else. Oh no. Not a frog! Anything but a frog! Ah! That's why. Ah, well, at least I'm better armored and better ready to tank now. Ooh, yep. Health even got up to 8,000. I'm not entirely sure what it is I'm looking at. Some kind of bird thing with massive horns? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, those cerulean tanks blow up, I think. Where did it get a gun? Why does this bird have a gun? Why does this bird know how to use a gun? Oh, that's... I seem to be in pain. Oh no! It wiped out 2 of us. What in the world happened? I have no clue what happened. Yeah, it just seemed to pull us in and then do some sort of super attack thing. Oh, cool. That's interesting. A general speed boost ability. Yeah, already we got somebody in the chat, or at least in the bottom chat that I'm covering up, asking what went wrong. Yeah, great. It looks like I'm doing this with a few first-timers, other first-timers as well. Pull and stand on the opposite side of the other tanks or spread out. Oh boy. Guess we're all ready. got some sort of pipe with it now. Now it has the gun. Oh, moving. Oh, I better move. Okay, now it seems to have like a laser cannon thing with it. Uh-oh. Maybe it's more of a mortar. God, these things are starting to be everywhere. Okay. And dead. Let's see. Thigh boots of healing. Pass. For... Wait a minute. Hold on. That Vista for a moment just reminded me of a bit I did in... I used to play in, or at least that happened in 13. I like these big, like, clockworkish mechs. They look cool. Uh-oh, alarm's going off. They know we're here. Hey, focus on me now. Good boys. I am the center of attention. How are we supposed to hurt that thing? Oh. Me, not you, not them, me. Took like 0 damage, but it said 19% blocked. Did I see that right? Oh, how did I get... I swear I wasn't standing in the stupid. Now, treasure is ours. Let's see. Our mile of slaying. Nah. I think I want a fending thing. Come here, big fella. Ah, one of my feet hurts. Top of it. Look at me! Let's see. Our mile of casting. That's a pass. Ah, the alarm's finally off. Hope this will go a lot smoother than the last one. Ah, it's firebombing. And then dropping its own people. Alright, now it's just the ship left. Well, let's face this way. Your freakish mantis-looking blades. Oh, he's gonna do a bombing run again, isn't it? Yep. Didn't drop anybody, though. Big fire. Ouch, 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 ouch. Hey, what are you doing here? Uh-oh. This isn't good. I'm separated from them. Ah, okay. Let's see. Gloves of Healing, pass. Varlet's Necklace. It's not being specific. I'll give it a shot. Looks like it could work for me. Oh, I got the necklace. I'll have to do a comparison in a bit. Looks like we've got harassment from that gunship to worry about. Whoop. Ack. Did I get hit? Darn, dadgummit, these birds sound kind of cute. Oh, okay. I was just about to consult the map on how we're supposed to handle that. Oh, right, we're walking up Dead Dragon, aren't we? Oh boy. Ah, constant laser blasts. Okay. Blast it again. Uh-oh. This looks worrisome.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Hi! It's alive! Whoa!
Of thy Lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Thing is, I never knew you in the first place. Watch the blast zones. Oh, hey. You. Me. Oh, not this freaking bird again. Oh, that's near death. That was a wipe. Crap. Whew. Why do they gotta be hard on the first try? At least I think it's hard. Not entirely sure. Well, if they've got it, I suppose. Hello, dragon. Target me. Oh, I thought that from that text that someone of ours has already died. Yeah, that doesn't seem to stop it. The bird. We figured it out! All right. Now that we know, we've got this. Come on, Ghost Dragon. You face me. Oh, hell. Got frost breath instead of lightning. I feel like our healer's falling behind a little. Bird! Turn it on, quick! Well done. Oh, God. No. Move! Oh, that just looks awful. I think the healer finally caught their breath. Ah, hell. That still hurt. It didn't look like it was dead, but I guess it was just tired enough. Phew! That was rocky, but we made it. Slops of healing. Pass. You know what? Did very well. Ugh.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Is my moment up yet? Yep. Wait, I am Dragon 2!
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star.
Don't laugh at me. It's mean.
My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn.
Why?
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds.
That doesn't seem all that fair to me.
We do not forget.
Elephant.
We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution.
Ah, this is the start of the Nidhogg stuff.
I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal.
I don't know, I thought I did pretty good there.
Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
Joke's on you, that was longer than a moment. Beep!
Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn.
Hydaelyn. Hide the Lin.
I consent.
To what?
Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
So I'm the only one that gets spared, huh? Aren't I lucky? Ah! All right, my... Oh, I can't say it. Eh? Oh, it's the crystals again. Uh-oh. Am I losing them? It's dead! Oh, they're all dying. Oh no. Ah! My inner symbol!
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker.
No, that's a paladin subclass.
Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine.
Do you have a hand?
I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Legasp!
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Well, at least this means I won't get any more headache visions. So, you know, silver linings. Well, aren't you cute?
The covenant binds me to thee.
Come again?
I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will.
It will.
Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice.
Only the penitent man shall pass. Piano's going nuts.
The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Summon Midsummer by selecting the corresponding entryway within Minion Guide under Character. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Ah, but you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphanod left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Now these other people must be trying to get there and get in on it too. Ah, you've got to be kidding me. Apparently I can't keep anything in at the end. Yeah, I guess now will be fine to end. Oh, boy. So yes, that is the start of my current face for a bit. Let's see now, I gotta set this up first. Okay, there we go. Wait, hold up. There we go. That's all set. That's my new face. I hope it gets improved later on, but for now, I think it serves me all right. Just hope maybe I'll get that piece of tech that will let me work with the hands later. I don't know. But that's it for tonight. Please follow if you liked. Thanks for watching. Peace be with you, and may the forces of evil be confused on the way to your home. Bye.